Welcome to Julie Melnikova's trial lecture on the assigned topic. My name is Susan Nacy. I'm the Vice Dean of Research at the Faculty of Education at Inland Norway University of Applied Sciences. Today I have the role of chairing the defense. On the 22nd of August 2023, Master Julia Melnikova submitted her dissertation and requested permission to defend it for the degree of Filosofia Doctor, PhD, as a candidate on the PhD program in Teaching and Teacher Education at Inland Norway University of Applied Sciences. The title of the dissertation is Norwegian High School Encounters Migrant Families, a case study of parental involvement in 3 schools. Inland Norway University of Applied Sciences appointed the following committee to evaluate the dissertation, the trial lecture, and the defense. Senior Lecturer in Education Ghazala Bhatti from Bath Spa University, United Kingdom. Associate Professor Kristin Jonsdottir from the University of Iceland in Iceland. And Professor Kåre Hagen from Volda University College in Norway. Professor Kåre Hagen has served as the committee's administrator. The committee has unanimously found the dissertation worthy of defense. The candidate will now present her trial lecture on the topic chosen by the committee. The topic is as follows: a researcher, a teacher, and a migrant mother, diverse perspectives and research on home-school relations. And we now call upon the candidate to deliver her trial lecture.
Good morning, dear Chair of the Defense, dear committee, colleagues, honorable guests. I will now present my trial lecture with the assigned topic, a researcher, a teacher, and a migrant mother, diverse perspectives in research on home-school relations. Because there are many references to literature in this text, I have supplied printed copies of the reference list. They are available on the table in the back. And then I don't have to fit them on a PowerPoint slide. I remind the Norwegian audience that in American English, we say student for elev. In the first part of the lecture, assigned topic, a researcher, a teacher, and a migrant mother, the committee refers to my description of my own positioning in research, outlined both in one of the published articles and in the comprehensive summary CAPE in the discussion on reflexivity. In the methods section, for example, I write, throughout the study, reflexivity played a central role, requiring a balance between my responsibilities, interests, and prior knowledge as a teacher-educator, researcher, and migrant mother. The assigned topic, as I interpret it, shows the complexity in research on home-school relations. In the research field, student and student schooling become the object of intersecting interests of adults, involving family in the topic for the trial lecture, mother, school, here as teacher, researchers, politicians, and other contexts. The relation between home and school is also subject to different contextual and social forces. Urban or rural location, migration, gender, politics, traditions, economy, here, migrant. Figure 1 illustrates these influences on the student's education. These circles, marked in different colors, correspond to the interconnected social systems influencing the student's school performance and well-being. Here we see the family, the school, the researcher that hopefully informs the school practice. Then in figure 2, I have mixed up all the colors into one. This is to show that researchers often embody these diverse interests, being parents, teachers, or teacher educators, with their own varied experiences. I thank the committee for the topic. You've got me thinking. The lecture has two parts. In the first part of the lecture, I explore different perspectives in research on homeschool relations. I analyze the benefits of the diversity and the challenges associated with targeting specific research participant categories. The second part addresses how researchers' position in the social world affect the quality of research in this diverse field. Now here in the first part, the circles are all different colors. I address the value of diverse perspectives represented in research on homeschool relationships. I then analyze how different interests in research may lead to varied views on diversity. Lastly, I explore categorization, which to me and to our students is one of the challenging aspects of diversity research. Diversity, defined as a complexity of human differences, diversity requires an awareness of various dimensions of difference and the inclusion of different perspectives. The new Norwegian core curriculum referred to on this slide emphasizes appreciation for cultural diversity as a resource. In the first chapter, we read, "School shall give pupils historical and cultural insight that will give them a good foundation in their lives and help each pupil to preserve and develop her or his identity in an inclusive and diverse environment." Rösing points out that the core curriculum here is consistent with the prevailing view of diversity in Norwegian political discourse. Diversity, as often in also other political documents, is seen primarily as cultural and religious, and is connected to the arrival of multicultural and multi-religious immigrants. The interpretation of diversity as a relatively recent phenomenon is ignorant of Norway's long history, particularly that the indigenous Sami population and national minorities have survived forced assimilation, have undergone a process of gaining rights and recognition, and they still experience discrimination. The migration-driven diversity discourse also ignores internal differences in the various majority and minority groups and presents them as static objects. Suggesting a different approach, Rösing says, "Every one of us represents and in different ways signals distinction and diversity." How then can we approach diversity in perspectives in research on homeschool relations? The diverse perspectives in research on homeschool relations supply richness of insight into different circumstances and connections. These perspectives can include both demographic categories and individual groups of experiences, values, and positions in the field of school education. Here I list the more common perspectives of looking at homeschool relations with the eyes of teachers, school leaders, students, parents. For example, a recent survey by the Norwegian National Parents Committee, FUG, has made newspaper headlines marking that 2 of 3 teachers have experienced conflict with parents. Interestingly, of parents, only 20% experienced conflict. This division by sides of the relationship is interesting. Research often reveals that views between the sides of the relationship differ. For example, in Jonsdottir's study, the study based on questionnaires in 14 lower secondary school, parents and teachers had different views of how parents should be involved in their children's education. Parents and teachers agreed that social activities at school were preferable. The youth mostly wanted their parents to help with the academic part of their school life at home. However, parents and teachers are a broad category, and in Jonsdottir's study, differences were seen also inside the parent and student groups. To complicate matters, the different social categories of ethnicity, class, gender, migration status, or language are common and necessary in research on homeschool relations. The Parents Committee survey unfortunately did not supply data on parents' migration status of language. Those are very difficult to obtain in Norway. On a more individual level, students, families, teachers, and school leaders belonging to these or intersectionally several of these categories, we also have a diversity of values, experiences, and feelings about the encounters between school and home. The Parent Committee survey, for example, showed that parents who had more contact with the school also experienced that the school saw them as a resource. Well, the parents who had less contact with the school did not experience that they were a resource for the school. Intersectionality is a concept that can be useful to describe this need to look at several aspects of diversity and be aware that some aspects are more visible than others. The invisible aspects can also mean a lot for the way relationship between the school, the parents, and the student work. Intersectionality is an analytical approach that acknowledges that oppression and discrimination are not formed by one social category, but by combinations of social systems in the complexity of different contexts. Carlo Ramirez addressed how minority students, more specifically students with migrant backgrounds, negotiate their identities in Norwegian school. She explains that the differences in achievement and well-being of minority students are more polarized than in population in general. This can be explained only by accounting for several factors, including social class, ethnicity, social interactions, gender, skin color, religion, and cultural competence. Depending on the intersecting social categories, minority students have different difficulties, different opportunities. Some groups even outperform the majority. Still, overall results of minorities in terms of grades and dropout from high school are weaker than those of the non-migrant majority. The diverse positions in research are supported by different political and theoretical stances toward the aims and content of what is referred to as homeschool cooperation, collaboration, parental engagement, or homeschool partnerships. First comes the compensatory aim. Studies by Danesbø Ravn and their colleagues in Denmark and Dalsted in Sweden have pointed out that much of present-day school practice with frequent contact and information flow between school and home places the responsibility for the child's schooling in the hands of the parents. Then the parents can be judged in deficit perspective, as, for example, defined by Godal. They may be considered not capable of supplying adequate support in terms of establishing the right values and creating an environment where school and home sufficiently intersect. Some of the current research, especially quantitative studies of parental involvement effects, like Bonk et al., may be interpreted as supporting this compensatory effort by supplying knowledge on which ways of involving parents are best and making them more responsible for their children's schooling. These studies have the aim of expanding the school into the home. Also, anti-bullying and school learning environment programs often rely on involving parents. And the interest in parent perspectives in bullying research is connected to the way parents can contribute to improving the school environment. Next, the goal of justice and inclusion. That one involves working against unfair practices and to acknowledge diversity against segregation in schooling, the job market, and in society in general. Research in this area examines visible differences and their acknowledgement in school. but it also looks at intersections of social differences and experiences. For example, Westcott and Galloway, they explored parental experiences, especially of parents who were disillusioned with their relationship with school, at 2 Norwegian primary schools. But they connected this disillusionment with demographic factors and with school characteristics. Democracy and social cohesion. When positions collide and different perspectives appear, the research aimed at creating a democratic society studies ways to create dialogue and at least try to get parents and staff not to avoid each other. Bergsted's action research-based article describes taking small steps towards meeting parents with migrant backgrounds. Some of them tried to learn individual words in parents' language. Some even tried a home visit. And through these small steps, they made progress towards acknowledging parents with migrant backgrounds as a resource. Curriculum enrichment. Aimed at creating a more diverse curriculum, this perspective includes the home very much, interviews with parents, to make school content more interesting and accessible in a diverse society. The funds of knowledge research on homeschool relations, often based on action research, as in Gonzalez et al., brings home knowledge as a valuable contribution into the classroom. Last but not least, students' emancipation. Here the interest is in the student, and this perspective aims to make visible practices that hinder students' development as independent individuals, capable of taking responsibility for their choices and education. Scholars in Scandinavia, Dannelsbo et al., Kruger, highlight how current school-home cooperation can lead to increased surveillance and adult control, potentially disempowering children. Here is one illustration. Nils Kruger interviewed several students in a group interview. And one of the students begged the researcher to tell the teachers one thing. The teachers, do not need to tell them, the parents, everything. The other students immediately agreed and suddenly came up with many examples of how teachers shared the details of their private lives, getting boyfriends and girlfriends, their interests, or bad language use with the parents. And they wondered why that was necessary. My own interest in studying homeschool relations, as I see it today, looked yesterday, lies between the social justice and inclusion category and the curriculum enrichment. I think I've moved from the first one to the third one, from the second to the third, but I'm not sure yet. At least I know that for the second category, I have, with my work, witnessed to the injustice of the practices and attitudes that are prevalent in high schools today. I now turn to categorization, which I believe to be one of the most challenging issues in diversity research. Some of the approaches mentioned above can complement each other, but some are in competition about the form, content, and intensity of school-home relations. For example, compensation does not exclude creating equal opportunities for parental involvement in school, or some recognition of family knowledge. As clear, the researcher's choice of research participant perspectives, as well as analysis with different theories and from various positions, is important for developing nuanced and generalizable research. However, when individuals, especially school children, and their experiences become the subject of research using or creating categories, caution is essential. I, as an academic and researcher, and a white middle-class woman, have the freedom to refer to myself as a teacher and a migrant mother, exercising my capacity for impression management and selecting categories that align with my identity. Meanwhile, the participants of research often do not have this freedom. And they cannot say that I'm so much more than a mother, migrant, and a teacher. And they are at risk of internalizing categorizations within the school field as exclusively a migrant mother, a student struggling with special needs, or a parent who doesn't go skiing on the weekends, which is a very stigmatized category in Norway. Research, both historically and presently, have been prone to essentializing and labeling people, overlooking the complexities of human life. When these researchers also assume roles as school experts, students and their parents may find themselves surrounded by people and policies trying to define them through a single static category. As described by Niels Christie in Kategoriens makt, the book called The Power of the Category, when a boy is caught shoplifting in a traditional society, he will be judged according to the broad experiences with his extended family. While in the modern world, this is a quotation, different specialists can peer into the family's life. They can be seen as service providers. They can be also seen as competing to give the events the meaning that is most relevant on their own turf. Such expert environment potentially undermines their responsibility for their own lives and explains away their choices and experiences solely through the one expert category. Christie's description also highlights a problem with the fragmentation of knowledge. If we are left with different perspectives and struggle to find a consensus, then we do not act. Practices and common attitudes towards school-home relations are still influenced by interests other than what I have listed, not by social justice, democracy, or children's emancipation. Nevertheless, as also emphasized in this quotation from the Ethics Committee, researchers must weigh up the risk of stigmatizing and essentializing those they categorized against the risks of remaining blind to diverse perspectives and experiences. Members of culturally defined groups may wish not to be subject of research, for instance, for fear of stigmatization or other negative consequences. At the same time, excessive protection of cultural groups is inappropriate. This might result in their perspectives being excluded in research, and society may not gain knowledge about important topics. Especially given the persistence of colorblindness as a rationalization for ignoring diversity in Norwegian schools, avoiding all categorization is indeed likely to result in essential knowledge being invisible. Back to our diagram. Circles. The second part of the lecture focuses on researcher positions. I address reflexivity in research and then examine the strengths and challenges of research on home-school relations conducted from different research positions. As pointed out previously, researchers in homeschool relations bring their own diverse experiences and prior understanding of practices, including roles as teachers, parents, or former students, as we all have been, These experiences will necessarily be involved when the researcher and the research community make their choices and interpretations. Today's education researchers are not expected to observe social processes from some distance without contributing their own insight or influencing results. As Diebel points out, such a detached positioning would be dishonest and unreflective. The National Ethics Committee emphasizes that it is important to reflect on and account for how one's own values and attitudes affect the choice of topic, data sources, and interpretations. Termed as reflexivity, this mindful and methodical ongoing reflection, according to Linda Finlay, for example, is both a safeguard ensuring the quality of research and an instrument that sheds light on the ethical dilemmas researchers face. This ongoing reflection, according to Finlay, considers the connection between researchers' experience, power position in relation to social status, or status as researcher, and their research process and results. I will also add that reflexivity allows for discussion on which knowledge holds value in the research community and in the educational field in general. Some researchers, also in the field of homeschool relations, including Norwegian sociologist Maiken Jordal, choose to make reflections on their position in research central to their work. Jordal employs institutional ethnography, drawing on her own experience to study the institution's response to children's school absenteeism, while also being a mother to a child with absenteeism issues. The project, entitled Navigating Everyday Life When School Children Are at Home, explores what happens in school absentees cases from the parent perspective. She reflects on the value, difficulties, and emotional costs associated with taking on this insider perspective as a PhD scholar. She writes, "As an inexperienced researcher, I have worried about the dangers that are often warned against in connection with having too close affiliation to the research field. At the same time, I hold important experiential knowledge that is hardly visible within the field of school absence. I have therefore pondered and read about how I can use my proximity to the research field as a resource, but at the same time problematize it." Jordal, my translation. Jordal describes her reflections and emotional responses when she talks to other mothers, when she reads reports on sleep hygiene and on mothering issues which professionals say lead to absenteeism. And then decides to say, okay, I call this problems with being at school, not absenteeism. Her material raises uncomfortable and complex questions about how the school, using constructions provided by research, sees the child's home situation, and the child's mother, and what that does to their daily life and construction of themselves. Ultimately, Maiken decides to stop following other mothers on Facebook and interviews teachers, not parents. And she says she does this in order to open up my eyes and avoid being entangled in my own understanding. Another example, Lee conducted research on the professional identity of social service workers at her own workplace. She chose to assume an outsider role in another social agency in another country to establish enough distance and space to encourage the author to employ reflexivity and overcome the difficulties experienced as native at home. End of citation. As a parent, where home is not a metaphor for a workplace, one cannot step outside and become an outsider physically. Is the insider perspective more entangled than the outsider position? Should we, as researchers, and why not, try to place ourselves outside our theoretical position, just as much as stepping out of the home? I will answer these questions before first making some generalizations as to diverse researcher perspectives. The influences of own positions that we need to be aware of can vary. As the ethics committee points out, both insider and outsider positions, and also, as I would say, most strongly, the research community's interests, and sometimes the interests of the agency that finances research, can affect choice of topic, data sources, and interpretations. Referring back to the discussion in part 1 of the lecture, researchers on home-school relations have different reasons to address diversity. The colors collapsed in their view of the child's situation will vary. Some researchers choose familiar topics, some may select a topic out of curiosity, very many do, and some would be guided by their theoretical standpoint. Therefore, subjective individual argumentation for choice of a topic is not enough, but important to account for. The choice and recruitment of participants invited to research can also be limited to those the researchers themselves define as diverse. All this needs to be systematically reflected on and is a matter of professional competence. Röthing puts this bluntly when she says, "In my view, it is fundamentally problematic to assume that belonging to a minority or a category automatically gives particular experiences, and that this, in turn, necessarily gives a particular type of competence." I tend to agree. Belonging to a category does give access to experience and knowledge, motivation for doing research, hope, conviction, and empathy. I have experienced this. However, these experiences are not limited to one chosen type of minority or category, and they cannot automatically be presented as representatives, and would need careful interpretation, always. I thus place special weight and responsibility for reflexivity and ethical sensitivity on the position of the researcher that trumps other social positions in the circles surrounding the student's education. Now is the time to bring this lecture to our home here in Volda. In a bird's eye perspective, many in this audience will see their home, their kids' school, the university college they studied at or teaching at, the church, the hospital. They will see themselves as parents, teachers, teacher educators, builders, bankers, doctors, and some, just like me, as migrants in this place. But we choose what we see and what we describe as our own or as requiring special attention and research. Reflections on positioning, on being one in many in one researcher, especially the insider-outsider dilemmas, appear to be most common in ethnographic research, as in Hammersley or Ley or Batty. But as Bourdieu showed in several of his studies, the academics tend to be most blind to how their own position, in the words of Jordal, is entangled by class and experience and race, and is not freestanding. So to answer the question of if insider perspective is more entangled than the outsider position, I answer that I doubt that. And I think our theoretical position needs stepping out of just as much as stepping outside the home of the insider. I thus conclude that all research requires reflexivity, and all research has several positions and multiple interests that the researchers need to be aware of and account for in order to involve truly diverse perspectives in their research. I find neutral categorization as problematic as emotional immersion. And the choice of perspectives should lie with the researcher and research community and does not necessarily correspond to the researcher's background. Thank you, the committee. Thank you, Volda and Inlanda.
Thank you. As you hear, we would like to thank you for the trial lecture. The committee will now withdraw to evaluate the trial lecture, and the public defense of the dissertation will take place in this room at 12:15. Thank you. Sit. Welcome to Julie Melnikova's public defense of her dissertation for the doctoral program in teaching and teacher education at Inland Norway University of Applied Sciences, Faculty of Education. My name is Susan Nacy, and I am Vice Dean of Research at the faculty. Today, I have the role of chairing the defense. On the 22nd of August 2023, Master Julie Melnikova submitted her dissertation and requested permission to defend it for the degree of Filosofia Doctor, PhD. The title of the dissertation is Norwegian High School Encounters Migrant Families, a case study of parental involvement in 3 schools. Inland Norway University of Applied Sciences appointed the following committee to evaluate the dissertation, the trial lecture, and the defense. Senior Lecturer in Education, Ghazala Bhatti, Bath Spa University in the United Kingdom. Associate Professor Kristin Jonsdottir, University of Iceland in Iceland, and Professor Kåre Hagen from Volda University College in Norway. Professor Kåre Hagen has served as the committee's administrator. On the 5th of December 2023, the committee reported that they had unanimously found the dissertation worthy of defense. On the 13th of December 2023, the faculty's PhD committee officially endorsed the committee's recommendation. Earlier today, the candidate held her trial lecture on the topic, A Researcher, a Teacher, and a Migrant Mother, Diverse Perspectives and Research on Homeschool Relations. The committee has found the trial lecture to be satisfactory. The public defense of the dissertation will now follow. The appointed opponents are as follows. Senior Lecturer in Education, Ghazala Bhatti, Bath Spa University is the first opponent. And Associate Professor Kristin Jonsdottir from the University of Iceland is the second opponent. Any member of the public may come forward as an opponent ex auditorio. Any person wanting to do so must notify me during the break between the first and second opponents. Opponents ex auditorio will then be called upon to make a contribution between the 2 appointed opponents. The day's schedule is as follows. First, the doctoral candidate will present her dissertation. This will last around 20 minutes. This will be followed by a scientific discussion between the first opponent and the candidate. This part of the defense will last for approximately 1 to 1.5 hours. Afterwards, there will be a 15-minute break. After this break, any opponent ex auditorio who has properly notified me during the break will be requested to come forward for their contributions. This will be followed by a scientific discussion between the second opponent and the candidate. I must emphasize that the schedule is tentative. The dynamics of the scientific discussions will determine its ultimate length. And I now call upon the candidate to present her work.
Dear Chair of the Defense, I'm getting the hang of this. Dear Assessment Committee, dear colleagues and honorable guests, I will now make a short presentation of my thesis with the title, Norwegian High School Encounters Migrant Families, a case study of parental involvement in 3 schools. Here is the disposition of the presentation. I will first present the aim of the study, the research question, and explain the choices I made when choosing the topic of research. I will then present the theoretical framework and the methodology. Finally, I will highlight some of the main findings. The aim of my PhD project was to contribute to the knowledge about the social processes that unroll in the encounter between Norwegian high school and migrant families. My thesis examines how some migrant parents' involvement is deemed acceptable and reasonable, that is legitimate, while some involvement is discouraged. The overreaching research question is, how is legitimate parental involvement in education constructed in the Norwegian high schools encounter with migrant families? Previous research shows that there are several tensions that are relevant to study in this encounter. Here are 3 tensions I saw is worth exploring when choosing the topic. They influence the way parents get involved and the way students perform at school and live their school and home lives. First, there is a tension around communication and expectations across cultural and social boundaries. In the tradition that explores this area, there is relatively little research on high school parental involvement experiences, so my study fills this gap. The concern with educational choices at transitions between school levels and to university is also central in this part, and I contribute to this discussion as well. The second tension is around the age of the students and existing forms of involving parents, both at home and at school. At some age, the involvement should be different, the people argue. Then there is a tension in relation to the goals of the school system. Is the school there to promote justice and diversity, to establish the foundations of democracy, to empower students? Or is it still there, as Bourdieu saw it, to rank, to justify inequality, and demonstrate which knowledge is valuable and which knowledge is not valuable? Maybe both. My study has 3 sub-questions that were addressed in 3 articles in order to explore the legitimation work that happens in the encounter. The first question has the organization of homeschool relations as its focus, looking at what influences the at-school practices and what teachers, students, and parents talk about. The second question examines parents' legitimate and less legitimate roles for involvement both at home and at school, as defined in the school and in the school as an institutional field. The last question and article zoom in on students' negotiation of their family's contribution to how students explore their educational and career choices. Examining the encounter between family and school was important also to test terminology that is used in the field. The official Norwegian term is homeschool collaboration, hjemskolesamarbeid. But all parents in the study were involved in the students' education and life. Not all have experienced collaboration or even contact with the school to any great extent. Thus, I have often used parental involvement in the thesis. In some cases, I have seen the school move from parental involvement to collaboration and further to engage in parents. And by engagement, I mean that the school invites parents to participate and establishes dialogue over a long time. Migrant families in my study included families where both parents have moved to Norway from somewhere else. Some came as migrant workers, some as refugees, others as asylum seekers. They came from different countries, different social backgrounds, and had different experiences of the school system. I place myself within Bourdieu's tradition. In my study, I use Bourdieu's theory of practice with the concepts of field, cultural and social capital, and habitus. According to Bourdieu, such as the field of schooling, are demarcated, but by their relative autonomy from other fields in respect to establishing their own constraints for what is doable, reasonable, and valuable over time, defined as doxa. How easy it is for students to perform in the school field depends on the quality of interaction between what is learned at school and what they inherit through socialization at home or from other contexts. Children with specific forms of primary socialization will have access to relevant cultural and social capital and possess privileged dispositions, habitus, and we will acquire new ones with ease. The concept of doxa, in particular, referring to a culture that field players take for granted, has been especially fruitful in this thesis. Here is a simplified visualization of how the study is structured theoretically. Bourdieu is central to the way I describe the encounter. The school is a field where both financial and symbolic resources are distributed and can be exchanged. Teachers and school leaders are placed higher in the hierarchy and can, over time, determine the rules of the game, such as values and expectations in the field. Students and their families can both have access to different resources and master these rules to varying degrees. This means that even when I write about the negotiation of different roles in the encounter between school and families, school is still central to school-home practice and partly sets the premises for reproduction in its practice. Although I also describe how the changes in the power field, represented by politicians, the welfare state, and dominant economic and cultural interests, also can create changes in power relations between some of the parents and the school. My study of the encounter between migrant parents and high schools has a qualitative, embedded, multiple case study design and features interviews with teachers and school leaders, analysis of documents and websites. An urban school, Park High, with a large proportion of students with migrant backgrounds, served as the main research site. There, the data also consist of observations and student and parent interviews. Here are some of the findings from the student perspective. I asked students how their parents and the large families, including aunts and grandmothers and siblings, are involved in their schooling. Responses fall into these 6 categories. The legitimate categories are marked in green. Those that are not really considered legitimate are marked in red. The black is in between. That parents care about life at school, not care is taken care of, but as an interest, bry seg in Norwegian. Or is this in the example from Anna, that they don't care much. Anna says, my mother just thinks as long as I do well, that's fair enough. And I've been doing it on my own for 18 years. So her mother has sickness and she's not capable of just caring enough. And the next category implies that the school can involve parents to reinforce discipline. That the students show up on time, do homework, and as in Mina's example, make less noise in the classroom. Some parents can, and some may not be able to help with the academic work, which is the 3rd category. Some parents, if they can't help, they hire tutors, and that's their role. Families can provide advice and inspiration in relation to life priorities and efforts, and here the extended family was especially important. So Ray says, we have a Catholic family, my mother prays for me. And she gives me advice, saying that I should not be afraid and should study very hard. The next choice, the parents can, but not really invited, to join the discussions about the choice of education or career. The last category, threat. In some cases, the fact that the school contacts parents can be perceived as a threat. And that is red, that is not really acceptable. By threat, I mean that it is expected that when parents learn about something negative that is happening at school, the student may experience shame, discomfort, scolding, and even physical punishment. As I say, this was not seen as acceptable, either by students or by teachers, but it still happened. Helena complains, I don't know what they expect parents to do to me. Sort of yell at me. No, there's no point, almost have to take it with myself. And that yelling doesn't help. Students often were aware of several aspects of school-home cooperation and were worried, among other things, that more collaboration would mean that the parents stepped into roles that students felt were not appropriate. For example, Max believes that some parents push their children to become doctors. He has not experienced that himself, but he is afraid that more parental collaboration could have the unfortunate consequence that some parents, not his, become more ambitious on behalf of the students. I come back to the overarching research question: how is legitimate parental involvement in education constructed in the Norwegian high schools' encounter with migrant families? I find that the possibilities for activating and accumulating capital are unequally distributed between families. This is a result of both how parental involvement is envisaged and how the practices have been implemented. This has consequences for the pupil's choice of subject, education, and educational strategies. In particular, doxa about an autonomous learner who makes his choices independently of parents, based only on his own achievements and interests, gives more legitimacy to discrete negotiations and influences from the family. This gives privilege to the cultural middle class, who are known to be slightly better at communicating their values in a more delicate and indirect way. Teachers in my study also noticed a significant change in the way they communicate with parents, or with some parents. That change creates discomfort and is perceived as interference in school matters. But I see that it can give hope for greater recognition of capital from all parents. But then we first need some changes in attitudes, practices, and not least resources are needed. All 3 articles in the PhD thesis are now published, 2 in international journals and 1 in an international book anthology. And here is the list of literature used in this presentation. Thank you.
So we thank you for your presentation, and I now call upon, the first opponent, Senior Lecturer in Education, Ghazala Bhatti from Bath Spa University. And you can just take your place at the other podium. Thank you.
Hello, thank you very much for this opportunity to respond to your in-depth study of a very important topic. I want to begin by acknowledging the importance of your overall choice of topic, because all of us in this room and outside this room have homes and have been to schools. And the kind of encounter that took place in our lives in home and school will have affected to some extent the kind of education journeys we've gone through and where we have tried to strive and where we have reached. So I want to begin this dialogue, I like to call it, by asking you to share the main inspiration for choosing this particular topic. Though I know you've explained it to us in the thesis, you explained it here, but there would have been many aspects of home and school that you could have looked at. What particularly attracted you to this focus?
Yes. Well, I think there's some combination of things that happened. I wrote a paper in one of my classes, and it was on home-school relations. This was directed at high school, and I did some interviews. And I discovered that, yes, at least at this one school that I was interviewing, that there was not much awareness of how this should be done. I've also, like I write in the introduction here, I've followed Facebook groups, just like Maiken did, that I mentioned in the presentation earlier. And it was very interesting to see how people, and the Facebook group was of Russian-speaking mothers, And it was very interesting to follow how people negotiate and discuss this. Okay, especially kindergarten, that you should bring a lot of strange clothes. Buy a lot of clothes. Do they really need this? So all these wool things. And then the people would say, yes, they are very much outside. It's part of the culture. You have to accept it. That's how things are. Or someone would say, well, you can negotiate something. So all those discussions were very interesting to me. And at the same time, I felt responsibility that this part of sort of the life that I live also the school was not aware of this. So of all the discussions, all the negotiations, all the good advice, the school didn't know. So it was interesting for me to see how the school uses uses the knowledge of the parents, and if the parents can meet at the school and discuss those things.
Mm-hmm. So it's almost like the parents are trying to pass the test of being a good parent, even with little children. You're talking of kindergarten children. Yes. Okay, thank you. Can I ask you to reflect a little bit about on the strengths that you brought to the field as a researcher? Because you reflected on the role of the researcher, as it's described in the literature, but I'd like you to reflect on what particular aspects of your professional and personal interest will have affected how you collected the data and how you would have analyzed what you found.
Yes. I think like I said in the lecture, I think that I am a curious person, and I'm interested in systems. So I think the first thing that I contributed was that I liked Bourdieu at once. I liked the way he doesn't just look at one thing, but he brings things together in a system. And he looks at the different aspects of it, and is very open about also the one who is looking. So I think that part was very important.
Because I'm trying to get you to discuss a little bit about access to the parents. Because language, for example.
Yes.
I
was thinking about first just recruiting people who speak Russian. But I felt uncomfortable with that. I have to admit that. I felt that I want to see different parents. And I want to see, most of all, how the school affects this. Yeah. So the parents that I have recruited were recruited through the schools. And they are very different. And but like I write in the thesis, there was one family where they speak Russian. Not a Russian family, but they speak Russian. And I got a lot of data because they were very open to me. At the same time, I was careful not to just look at them, because this was a middle class, very white, successful family with a lot of education, just very like me, maybe. So it was important not to be blind, sort of, in that way. I think also in the interviews, it was very exciting to talk to the parents, because they felt that I could help them. I'm not sure I can help them, but I hope so, in the long run. And the students, it was interesting to talk to, and like I write to the teachers, it was sort of a dual role. They when I said I was a migrant parent, they got concerned. They were afraid that I was judging them. But I also worked at school, so I brought that into, and I knew that they just don't have the resources, and maybe they haven't thought about how important this meeting the parents is.
Okay. So you were positioned in a place where you can understand the school's perspective, you can understand the parents' perspective. Children are trusting you to some extent to tell you what you're thinking. So being in that position has its own demands and its own constraints. I'm talking as a researcher to a researcher, did you experience any role conflict in terms of, in the field? Because should I take this side or that side? Or how did you manage that?
Of course, it was difficult to hear sometimes when the teachers said things that I couldn't relate to. Like when one principal said, well, you know, these parents, they can't contribute because we are discussing the glass ceiling in the social system. And they can't. The most important part is that they emotionally support the child, but involving them in the curriculum is impossible. I remember that was difficult. So there was some conflict, and there was, but yes.
Yes, because the power of the researcher in the field is negotiated, and that access has to be constantly. You never completely gain complete access. It's a constant tug of war between different demands and expectations.
Yes. So because I recruited through the schools, that meant that I had to be polite to the teachers. I would have been polite to the teachers anyway, I think.
Yeah. So how did the schools see you? Did they see you as an expert teacher and works in universities, or did they see how do you think you were perceived? Because that defines the kind of how many doors they open for you.
Sure. It was different at the 3 schools. At the first school, it was an urban school, very, high grades, and the students performing very well, and some also students with different backgrounds, and I think they were very interested in the start, and the lady I was talking with, she was also very open, and they were sort of a model school for this. But when I started interviewing the teachers, I think they felt that I was criticizing them. And then I got this email when they said that they didn't want to continue, and the lady that I was working with, she retired. And she called me afterwards and said, oh, you know, there isn't so much parent-school collaboration really at the school. So I think it affected that school was very much concerned with their reputation, with how others see them, and they were afraid that this would be the only case. So they asked me several times, are there going to be other cases? And I was in the process of recruiting other cases, but that was the first school. Then the Park High, the one that became so big, they were very happy. And when I write that, at some point I even cried because I saw that they cared about those students and they cared about the parents, and they didn't quite know how to do this, but they were very interested in it. And I think they saw me as an expert, and they saw also that we cared for the same thing. And then the third school was in the country area. And they said that they have these waves, that right now we have a wave, we don't have so many students with migrant backgrounds. I know they had them, they just they don't see it, no refugees, no migrant background. But they were friendly, and I talked to some students, but they didn't find any information. And of course, but there I don't think they were, I think they understood that I was an expert, but they maybe didn't understand the field so much. So I didn't do good explaining, maybe. I'm not sure.
Thank you. Because the schools and the parents are both trying to work with the same child in different ways, or young person. They don't like to be called children when they're teenagers. No, the young person. And yet they have different interests. Because the parents' interest, you explain, goes on beyond school. But the school has a particular target. It wants to achieve something during the time they're there. So there is a different power game being played, the different power relations. Do you think in the light of your work, that it is possible to give the parents the power to question the teachers a little bit more?
I would like to say yes. I think within the resources that there are at school now, no. If the way the conferences are organized, the 15 minutes, 10 minutes. And what I observed is that you have a parent, a student, and a teacher. And the teacher and the student are talking, and the parent is just sitting there. And you can read it in the article. So there is no time. And there's no idea of how to do this. But I think if we think about it, we are teacher educators after all. So to say why we need the parents, that is a very important question. And I think then the school, I think all the teachers I've talked to, like I write, they were cared deeply about the students, not about the grades, about their health, about their well-being, not just about the grades, their futures. So if they understood that the parents are also part of the picture and they are not their enemies, I think that will be possible.
Because the use of the word threat was interesting, because you explained that the middle class non-migrant parents are more able to influence the school's understanding of schooling, or they can influence in a very subtle, quiet ways what's going on. Yes. Whereas the new migrant parents will not even know the game that's being played. They're still trying to get used to buying the warm clothes and doing those kind of things, trying to make their child's journey easy. So there is this power differential that's going on in the background. There is also, I think the interesting part of your work was also highlighting that the influence on the child and the young people lies outside the school. So when teachers see them as parents in a certain way, maybe being very dictatorial and regimented or making their children do certain things, they don't know that the parents are thinking about the child's long-term future. Did any of the parents share their fear with you about, I don't know what's going to happen to him after school?
Of course.
Because yes? In what ways? Were they frightened for academic reasons or cultural reasons or career or?
Different things. They were afraid for career reasons, of course. Cultural reasons, you mean that they would lose the culture?
Yes.
That I don't think they were worried about. Okay. They were also afraid not to be too pushy. So they were afraid that if they were, should I give an example? Maybe?
Yes, please.
There was this girl, and her teacher showed me that she couldn't do math at all. So when you asked how much is 7 times 7, she needed to think. Yeah. So he was very concerned, and I talked to the mother, and and she says the student, she wants to go into business, and maybe her father's business, but she can't count. I can't tell her that. But I say to her, try. If it doesn't work, we can think of something else. So she couldn't say it directly.
So did the school screen the children for dyscalculia or dyslexia? Did they provide extra support for some students like that have dyscalculia?
Yes, I know.
They
do to some extent. I'm not sure what happened with this student. The teacher did have extra hours with her, and she was not sure if that was helping.
Okay.
And yes, and the mother was also, and they had some conflict with the teacher, and the mother helped to sort of calm down the teacher and the girl.
Oh, okay. Okay. So the mother was a binding force. Kept.
Yeah, she said, you have to calm down. You have to calm down. We'll work it out. And then she got extra hours, but that she was not sure if that was helping.
No. I'm going to put an idea to you. Whether you think, it's a long question, it's a short question with a long answer, is whether the school as an institution, is it a microcosm of society outside? Or is a society a microcosm or a growth of what is happening inside the school?
I think the school has some autonomy, and the teachers still have some authority, and they are specially trained, and they have responsibilities also. At the same time, of course, the school is part of the social system, and the teachers are middle class, most of them, and most of them white, without any migration background. So there are, I tried to show some of the forces that are influencing the school. This includes the work market, which is racist. It includes the expectations from the ministry, the influence of the, you asked neoliberal forces is less in Norway, I think, than in other countries. So that also there are PISA tests, there are tests that the schools need to meet some results. But it's not like the salary of the teacher is dependent on the grades, for example, like in some countries. Yeah. So I think I'm not so familiar with other school systems, but I think the Norwegian has more autonomy. Also, this idea of parents, the strong middle-class parents coming into the school and demanding things is relatively new. Okay. So I think, like in my generation, the parents were not. So when I ask my students, most of them say that their parents have never been to high school. No. Why? And some of them are parents, and they say, yes, we are much more there, but still not much.
So what was very interesting to read was about the neoliberal lack of that force that has been so powerful in other countries. So reading your thesis, I thought, this is something Norway could teach other countries. So you might laugh, but some teachers. No, I'm discussing it with you. Yes, I know. You are researching it at the moment. So, no, seriously, in terms of the strength of this model, as you see, I know you've been critical of it, but what makes you think that it is? Does it make you optimistic about the future of the new policy that includes more parents?
I'm a bit more optimistic than on behalf of other countries.
Yes. Will the middle classes dominate? Will the middle class parents' voice dominate?
To a large extent, yes. But I think also the middle class in Norway is socialized in a system where you, at least not, maybe different in the big cities, but at least you try to work with others. The social differences are not so big. They are growing.
It's a huge plus. I cannot begin to emphasize, coming from UK, what a fantastic image that is. So to build on that for the benefit of the future children and teachers and teacher educators, how can that be harnessed with more energy? What is needed to make it a positive force, a more positive outcome?
Yes, I think I take responsibility as a teacher educator that we talk to students about that the school is not one culture. It's not homogeneous. I think they understand it now to a larger degree, especially the kindergarten teachers. They see that there is a lot of differences. But they need to be aware of that and learn to work with that. Because I think teachers have a lot of power in Norwegian schools. I do believe that.
All right.
And I hope that they will not lose it. There is a danger that they will lose it.
No, but you have to fight to keep it. You have to tell us more about it. So you mentioned intersectionality in your thesis.
Yes.
Do you think that is going to be embedded in future policies or in the school's way of interacting with parents?
That they don't just see the two different categories. Do we need to work on this? I think the politicians need to work on this. I think the parents also can work on this. I'm discouraged by how little the parental organization is involved in the political processes. Like I said, I write, they were not invited into the discussion about the curriculum. I understand that the politicians are also parents.
Yes.
There are parents always involved, but a certain group of parents. So I think the representatives of parents need to be involved in the political processes more.
I just want to sort of acknowledge this. Your theoretical chapter is quite clearly defined, and you have been able to explain why Bourdieu, and that's useful to know. And you mentioned Bronfenbrenner's ecological model in your talk, and that was also very relevant to what you're doing. Sort of growing further into the field and going deeper, do you think you will also look at other theoretical aspects of homeschool links?
Sure. Like I mentioned, this funds of knowledge that came sort of late in the process. Yes. I think it was very interesting. To explain a little, the funds of knowledge is an approach to studying the relationship between the home and the school through action research, where the researchers help facilitate the teachers to meet the parents and to design things together. So it is a very hands-on approach. And I think that most of the research is done in the primary schools. Yes. So I think if that grows, that would be interesting to look at.
That's it can go in. Action research is always useful, especially if you can send your students to the school and subsequently the next lot of students, and they can build on a model or a way of thinking. In terms of the theory, I think you've explained quite clearly. In terms of the way of gathering data, the collecting of data, you mentioned observation.
Yes.
You mentioned sort of you interviewed, obviously. You observed, you interviewed, you looked at documents. Do you think that the teachers and the parents had equal space to talk to you?
No. I know yes, it is a limitation of the study, but I think it depends on, yes. So the parents, there were some parents who wanted to talk to me, and then it was Corona, and I didn't get to talk to them. But mostly I was very careful about asking the student first. And also, maybe if I recruited outside the school, I would get parents, but I was mostly interested in the process at the school. As a teacher educator, I'm interested in how the school works. So I'm interested in the school leaders, interested in observing the practices.
Because that's where the power is.
Yes.
That's where it's yes. So did you read Foucault at all during your readings? Michel Foucault's work?
Yes.
Yes. You mentioned Bauman and liquid modernity.
Bauman is my favorite sociologist. Yes, liquid modernity. Bauman looks at the modern, is a very theoretical sociologist, philosopher. He looks at this macro perspective. He sees that the categories that we used in the past no longer function the same way as they did before. That he calls it the liquid modernity, that we negotiate our identity, that we belong to many different groups. He doesn't look positively at this. We tend to say, oh, I choose whom I can become. He says, no, that is a very sad thing, that you try to choose and you don't fit in, and he has this waste people concept, that there are more and more people that are in the economy, in the culture, seen as just waste. They are not needed. But he's also a very hopeful person. I've met him.
Yes.
So he thinks that the human beings will learn and find out of it and learn to maybe not place other people outside.
Yeah. Yes. And they'll learn to negotiate more cleverly because they'll understand, because he has explained it, so they'll know it.
Yes.
So they'll know how to unpack it and how to
Yes,
move on.
yes.
Okay. Can we?
But I thought, sorry,
Yeah.
I thought Bourdieu has more details. He's more practical. He has done interviews. He has got. So I thought for me here it was more useful than just this very interesting idea about how the humanity develops.
Yes, but Bauman is interesting.
Yes, yes.
I just wanted to also, please, now if you could move on to, so you interviewed children and you talked to parents and you talked to teachers. Was there any time in the middle of an interview, because I do a lot of this kind of work from time to time, that suddenly you lose interest, somebody shuts you out, they suddenly decide, no, I'll see you tomorrow, and then they don't.
It's short interviews.
Yes.
They were tried not to take the students out of school for more than one hour. So that worked, I think. There was one teacher who wanted to talk for 3 hours.
So you said no,
Yes.
or you?
No, we talked.
You talked. That's
Yes.
fine. That's
It
fine.
was very interesting.
Yes, she's probably told you things she hasn't told anybody else. Probably. That sometimes happens with researchers because they're neutral people. They're not the principal, they're not the parent. You are in this very privileged position to gain access to different points of view. Can we move a little bit to your third paper? So I'd like to discuss your third paper, please. And Kristin is going to look at the first and the second paper. So
should I just take
yes.
this one?
Yes.
This?
Because,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. So you looked at the high school as a point of, as a place of transition, and a place of change,
Yes.
and a place of where the future is made, isn't it? Because it's what subjects you choose. At the end, by the time you reach the end of high school, they have defined what's going to happen next. And you explained very interestingly how children readjust their horizons. So the strength of this chapter was the children's voices, I have to say. Was your participants telling you the story of what they wanted to do and what has happened to them. How, as a researcher, did you handle that? Oh, I want to be a dentist, but okay, I'll do a pharmacy degree or I'll do something else. Because, you know, there's a sort of disappointment. Did you feel obliged to say, that's okay, it's fine? Or did you just let them talk and not interrupt them? Because I've had this problem myself, so I wanted to know, how did you respond to the stepping down of ambition?
I think they were good students. They knew how to present this. So it wasn't, so for them this was obvious, and sorry mom, this is how it's going to happen. So it's the mom who is sort of grieving, really grieving and feeling also, now you are in Norway, you could have become anything you like. You have all the opportunities, also you are so good, you can be a diplomat, you can be a politician, and you choose this little thing, IT. Sorry, IT people. So the mothers, then we talked longer, and yes, and I think they could share the sort of the concerns. The children, the students, they were ready from already in the first year. They more or less knew what is going to happen, and the mom didn't know, but they knew. And some said, "I'm going to move out from home. mom doesn't know. Okay, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, and my grades are like this. At least at the end of the first year, when they got their first grades, they knew what they could do.
Were the fathers in the equation at all?
I talked to one father,
Yeah.
and of course, I think they mentioned fathers also. One girl was afraid that the father would send her back to the country of his origin.
Because she failed, or because?
I'm not sure. I think it was more the relationship,
Okay.
something, and
Okay,
that was a sort of conservative country. She didn't really want to go back.
Right. So children, therefore, young people, they are straddling two worlds.
Yes.
There's the world of the school, there's the world of the home, and the business of managing both is mostly on them, because they have to live in the two worlds. Did they share the conflicts with you? Did they say, I find it difficult, and I don't know whether to listen to my mom or my teacher or my peer group? No.
This is high school. They know.
Yes.
They know what they're doing. They said, I asked them if the school knows about their home situation. And they answered, why would they know? They can't do anything about it. I know how to manage this.
Mm-hmm.
So they were quite mature in that way.
But there's a lot of pressure on the children to find that place of being able to say that. So children with older siblings might find it easier because the older sibling has jumped into the river first and come out at the other end. So the younger ones might find it easier. Did you find that at all?
Let me think. I think the young ones, sort of, were not so young also.
No.
Because I had this third school, most of them were 20, 21.
Okay.
They were the first ones who came.
Yes.
But they still had a lot of sort of power in the family. So I think when you say this, the two worlds,
maybe there are three.
Right. The idea of choice is with the school, with the student, with his friends, maybe with his siblings.
Mm-hmm.
The parents, I didn't see a conflict there. The parents were placed in a position where they didn't have so much to say.
No.
This partly is because they don't pay for the education here.
Okay.
So they help. They buy the apartment, maybe, if you can move out.
Yes.
But the education, the higher education is available to everyone except for some few private schools, very few.
Yes. So the way, this came through in your talk as well as in your thesis, that much of the power is with the schools. That the parents have to meet it on the terms of the school. So they have to do the compensatory work. They have to do the help with the homework. They have to do what the school wants. Yes. Because that's what they're expected to be as good parents, which middle-class parents subtly manage to do. Because perhaps the social capital and the linguistic capital between the middle-class non-migration families is the same as the teachers. But there's a disjuncture between the teachers and the new migrants or migration. Yes. People recently migrated.
Yes.
Did you find that, this is beyond your data collection, but I'm very interested in this. Did the middle-class parents of a school also talk to the newly migrant parents? Is there any communication between them, do you think? I know you haven't looked for this, but did you?
I've asked about this.
Oh, you have?
Yes, I have asked. I think I write about it one place. This new mothers group at Park High.
Yes.
I talked to the lady who's organized it, who is from the municipality. And she's Norwegian, and she lives in the part of the city. And she also monitors the streets.
Okay.
So she knows the kids.
Monitors the streets?
Yes.
What is that?
At night, so that also sort of helping, so that in some cities in Norway you have parents or adults monitoring the streets at night to keep the safe.
Okay, this is new, interesting.
So there are groups that go around, and if the young people
neighborhood watch,
yes, neighborhood watch. Yes. So I asked her what this. They met maybe twice at this school. I asked her what the purpose of, what kind of parents were there. She listed the different nationalities. And I asked, are there any Norwegians? Yes, there were some of these professional Norwegians who always have who are helping. I asked, are the Tamils, the strongest Asian community, where the girls do very well at school? Are they part of the group? No, we didn't think about that. I asked if they, and they say that they discuss many things, and it's mostly for the new arrived parents, how to ride the metro, the tram system, how to buy a ticket. You have to buy a ticket, you can't just, so sort of a lot of practical things. So they was, when I asked, how much do you say about school? They say, you have to come to the parent assembly, that you must. Then you show that you care. But yes, even though maybe there isn't a translator for you, you still come.
Show your face.
Yes, and that they explain. But it wasn't a dialogue sort of thing, I think. Somebody who knew how the system works, somebody who needed to learn how the system works. And yes, but I told her that they should invite some more.
Yes, I think from what you are saying so far, I think people will agree. You have a lot of data you haven't written about. Maybe you're sitting on rich data that needs further analysis and to be shared in articles, which would be quite useful. So the children are telling you where things went wrong, or rather, they find themselves at a certain place. The parents might not understand that, but this is where they are, and this is how they're going to continue to be. Did any of the young people in your sample see themselves as role model? Or what did they see themselves as still struggling?
Let me think. Yes, this one that I had a citation from, where the mom prays for me.
Yes. Yes.
He was much older than the siblings, so he did everything for them and helped them. And I don't think anybody said that directly, but I think he was this role model for them.
For the family.
Yes. Others.
So unless you have a clever role model in your family already,
yes, but
you're not likely to meet.
Yes.
You're not likely to meet them in the community.
No. But I think also the Park High, where at least
They're quite inclusive in their philosophy, aren't they?
yes, they were inclusive, and there was also I didn't interview enough. I would have liked to interview more students. It was Corona. It was many things. So I purposefully asked to get one of the Tamil girls, and that was important. And she said that she had a sister who's done this before, and she could help.
She learned from that.
And there was, when I observed the meetings, what do I call them? Parent-teacher, but actually teacher-student with parent watching. So when I watched those meetings, there was one mother who said, all of my girls are doctors. She's going to be also a doctor.
Whether she likes it or not.
So, but there was a whole class that I observed almost. So there was just one mom like that. So this girl had these older siblings who were doctors.
But the parents who migrated had good jobs they left behind. When they migrate, they don't get the same standard of job in Norway.
No.
And that level of disappointment, you have said, wants them to protect their children from disappointment. Yes? And this is the thing the teachers don't understand, why the children don't take part in after-school activities. And they must keep their grades.
They understand why they don't take part in after-school activities.
Teachers
understood it. At Park High, they understood that.
But other schools
schools
probably didn't. Or didn't
I think they think about it.
No.
At the two other schools.
No. So you're going to get some time in the future for the Park High School teachers to have a meeting and call the other teachers of the other schools. And they share good practice. So if they don't read your thesis, they know what they could be doing, like next year. Well, that's all I wanted to say, really. Thank you for writing this thesis and for sharing your considered analysis and your thoughts, and especially for this opportunity for a conversation. It's very valuable.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I hope you publish more things about the data that you're sitting on, some of which we discuss now. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So we would like to thank the candidate and the first opponent for their contributions. There will now be a 15-minute break, so until 1:30, 1:31. So welcome back. Please sit. The public defense of Julia Melnikova's dissertation will now continue. No opponents ex auditorio have come forward. So I now call upon the second appointed opponent, Associate Professor Kristin Jonsdottir from the University of Iceland. And you can take your place at this podium. And the candidate there. Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Kristin, and I must say, Julia, I am very glad to be here to discuss your thesis. And it was delightful to listen to your presentation this morning. We had a lot of possible topics to offer. We agreed on this one, and it was very enlightening to listen to you. And I must say that I hope that you will take the opportunity to use the preparation to write an article. I will now start our discussion by focusing on the methods a bit, and then talk about your first article and then the second one. I also want to discuss the thesis a bit in light of Nordic research and situations. And finally, I suggest we close our discussion by talking about educational policy and the implications of your study for teacher education. So first, if I may explain, the chapter on methods in the thesis starts with a captivating description of how the research was designed and reformed, and relates the decisions made underways to Bourdieu's framework, thereby explaining why it is a case study with 3 embedded cases, but not 3 case studies. The selection criteria you used is well underpinned, and in the chapter 4.2, it's an interesting discussion about the diverse difficulties you met during your data gathering period. Methods are all well explained as the abundance of material gathered with interviews, observations, and collection of several documents. It is well supported that the teachers were your main informants, but despite of that, we missed a bit a discussion or some comments about the possible consequences of few parents participating in the interviews. I know you touched upon it in your discussion with Ghazala, but can you, Julia, reflect on the possible consequences of the fact that few parents participated in the interviews for your findings, for your analysis?
My research question was to look at the roles that were legitimate or not legitimate according to the school. So at the same time, in the start, I thought I would look at more than just the school perspective, maybe the parent perspective. So I was disappointed when not as many families as possible were sort of could participate. The parents who have contributed, the 3 families, have contributed very much, and I'm very thankful to them because they've enlightened my perspective, showing, like in your study, that what teachers think about parents is not the same as what parents really do at home. When the teachers were afraid of the parents that were interfering too much, that were controlling, I didn't find in those families, even though I tried to sort of find different families. I think I would have seen a lot more, and I think I would have found even more difference. I don't, between the families, and more nuances in how families negotiate their relations with the school. I think also that the parents, as I would say to our students in teacher education, that they understand, from the interviews I've got, they understand the situation of the student very well, even though they don't talk about this all the time. So it will be very enriching to be able to also understand the student better through the parents, not just through the teachers, because the teachers had their own explanations.
Thank you. And in your chapter on research ethics, you discuss how the study was presented for the participants in the schools, and you argue that it was necessary not to reveal all details about your research. And of course, that's fully acceptable. But then it says, and I quote, "Furthermore, if the information presented revealed all the details about my study's hypothesis and underlying theory, the interview results could have been affected or even distorted by informants trying to provide the right answers and answers to fit my theory. Neither a hypothesis nor an underlying theory had been mentioned before, and the use of these concepts was a bit surprising for me, as they're seldom used along with the methods you describe in general. Could you just briefly explain why you talk about your study's hypothesis and about underlying theory?"
The word hypothesis, I don't mean in the way you do it in quantitative research, that you have a sentence that says things are, okay, parents don't talk with the school because the school, yes, is undermining them. So, but we can also use hypothesis as sort of preconceptions. So I had some ideas, like I have been to another school, I have interviewed the parents, I have worked in a school, I had some ideas about, yes, I've tried also to recruit the best schools in the field, and they were too busy. So I was sort of, yes, I was careful not to show my disappointment ahead of time. And with Park High, I was not disappointed at all. I thought that they are doing great things, just not quite reflecting to just on the way to doing more. Underlying theory, yes. This is sort of a general statement. I think it concerns all research. We have our own ideas about also the way I thought is that if I say, I'm using Bourdieu, I'm thinking that, one of the principals was a sociologist, or maybe two. So they would think, okay, you thinking this is a power machine, that we are just sort of, we don't have any agency, we are working here. And that does not correspond to how I saw it. So not saying all the details. Also this question, is it going to be one case study or 3 case studies? I don't know. I wanted to first see how it went at the first school. So it was difficult for me to say, no, there's going to be 4 schools. No, there's going to be 5 schools. So, because I didn't know. Something like that.
Yeah, thank you. I think you explained very well in the methodology, or the chapter on methods, how your ideas developed and also formed the way you worked on the research. But I must ask, to follow up on this, did your underlying theory, your ideas before, change a lot or change a little bit during the work?
Like I said, the Park High was surprising.
Yeah.
I think this fund of knowledge that came in later, this idea that also why should they meet? Also, I knew from the start maybe they should meet, like you asked about the social capital, so that the parents who understand the system could tell the parents who don't understand the system how it works. So this thinking about, are they interested in the students' world? and the world that is very different. I came later, maybe Randi has had some influence there, and she asked me about it. So yes, I understand that the underlying theory has also changed, but in the first interviews there was Bourdieu in place. And I was afraid not to share too much, because there are some, what should I say? There is an expectation that Bourdieu, then you look negatively at the school. I didn't want to share that.
No, you didn't want them to have that as a precondition. Yeah, I must say that the chapter on methods is rich and descriptive and does reflect on the central methodological issues, so I turn to your first article. And the name is not here anymore, so I tell you, the first article's name was Migrant Parents at High School, Exploring New Opportunities for Involvement. And it gives a good overview of the research topic. The findings built on rich data with diverse citations that bring color to the text, from a teacher, a principal, a counselor, and a father and a student at the student-teacher parent meeting, as you described. And it brings forth several important subjects and relates it to school development and to COVID effects. So it's a huge work, but I want to bring attention to what you say about diversity within a parent group in high schools. You bring forth the possibility of a widening gap within the parent group, but also the possibility of advantages for all if the middle-class parents wish and succeed in making a path for parents into schooling. And you mentioned this as well in your discussion chapter in the thesis, where you write about the parents, and I quote, "At the same time, non-migrant middle-class parents appear to have recently gained influence at schools and to engage more actively and openly in their children's education." Can you explain possible consequences of this widening gap within the parent group between the migrant and non-migrant parents, and how and if these changes can influence homeschool relationship?
What I write about in the article is that the teachers say that their practice is changing, among other things. And that there are, like I said earlier, some parents, often middle-class parents, that are getting active also at high school. And partly that has to do with the legislation with the 9A clause about school environment, that if a child experiences school environment as not comfortable, then the parents can start a process against the school, and the school needs to take action. And in that way, so the schools are very concerned and are very concerned about the law. And there are other also areas where parents with resources, with the cultural capital, with the social capital, are act in the interest of their children. And they also, and the teachers complain, also not in my study, but in another study in Norway, that the parents don't think about the group and the whole class and all the other kids, but just about this one child. Mm-hmm. There is a change from a situation when parents were not expected at high school, besides the 2, 3, 4 meetings. The migrant parents, they say they are not like that. They don't do anything in that sort. I've noticed that also in kindergarten, some also Polish parents are becoming more active, sort of saying, no, we don't want to be outside all the time. But I think, even though this is concerning and difficult emotionally for teachers, but I think this is a path that if teachers become used to parents coming into the school, like with this Berkset study, if the parents go in, and some parents go in, so then the Norwegian society is very concerned with equality. So I think the parents, the teachers are also concerned that when they see these parents are going in, where are the others? So if the teachers, with their autonomy, which we hope is getting stronger after a while, and with more time, because right now they have just the time for this demanding parents, if they expand the practice, then more parents could go in with different ideas. That is my hope. I feel that right now with this refugee crisis from Ukraine, the schools are not ready to change anything because they are overwhelmed with the stream of refugees. So I don't know what's happening.
No, because this statement about the widening gaps started me thinking about gatekeepers. And yeah, you explained how it works, but so you're not meaning that the middle-class parents are deliberately opening up for the other ones, but you more think that, yeah, that the teachers will think of that it should be an equal access.
I've also read an article, I don't remember who wrote it, of the middle-class parents trying to invite other parents. I think it was from the Norwegian context or Swedish. That when they tried to invite the others in the parent group, it happens. I have maybe several articles about this. Okay. So in a society where this is expected, where the parents think, where are the migrant parents? I think, and then the problem was that they invited them to some sort of gathering, and it was Ramadan.
It was Ramadan, okay. That's not easy, but this happens. Yes. Yeah, that's nice, though, that you have found the examples. Yeah, and then I want to ask you to elaborate on the concept of trust. The school leaders you interviewed, and I must say I'm also very interested in the role of school leaders in school development. They talked about their responsibility to get parents to trust that they, the schools, work in the students' best interest. At the same time, the school leaders talked about student safety, actions to counter negative social control in the migrant families, etc., and about the school leaders' fear that they would break students' trust in them if they would engage with parents, especially with the migrant ones. So can you elaborate a little bit on the concept of trust, because we see it very often in research on homeschool relation, and this dilemma that the school leaders are facing?
Yes. Well, trust is very much researched in Scandinavia because it is known that the Norwegian society is high trust, that people generally talk positively about other people, and they say that, yes, it is unlikely that they would try to hurt me. And they trust also the schools, they trust the social system. And also, when we were learning the Norwegian language, you said, Norwegians like to pay taxes.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that is true any longer. And the welfare state is dependent on this social trust, so that all the money don't go into trying to catch people who don't pay taxes and sort of get too much social work, don't get social services when they don't need them, really. Trying to put it into school context.
Yeah, because I felt they were in a dilemma.
Yes, there is a trust from the parents and trust from the students, and they also need to trust teachers. The teachers need to trust the parents, and there's also such thing as negative trust. Is that yes, you can just not trust someone, or you can expect something bad from them. And for some of the teachers I interviewed, I think they had this negative trust. that we were sure that the parents could do harm, and they have experienced that. I've been thinking about it. I think the emotional response that the teachers have when they meet a parent who is not acting the way they expect the parents to act, when they get disappointed, and like in that survey, when 1/3 experiences conflict, or 2/3 experience conflict, I think it is also a professional, part of the profession to control this emotional response and not to judge all parents based on your emotional response to the one parent you have, or 2 or 5 or 10, who were demanding and difficult. So this is one part of it. So the teachers need to trust parents, and they need to meet the parents. So the resources that are available now are not enough to meet all parents and to have a relationship, to have a collaboration. That just isn't time for that. And so how would the parents trust the teachers they have never met, and who obviously don't trust them enough to share things and to meet together and talk about the child? So there are some problems there. Like I said in the lecture, this idea that the point of the relationship is to tell all the details, all the personal details about the students to the parents, is also a misconception. So we have two different things. So we have maybe in the small school, maybe in the young people in the middle school, the parents get too much information, and then in high school, they just get what is required.
Yeah.
And the trust is needed to have a relationship.
I agree with you. We will come back to this. About your second article, the role of migrant parents in high school and as constructed by teachers and students, a double-edged sword, and that's a quotation to one of your informants, a student. So this article is mainly focused on teachers' expectations about parental involvement, which is not always the same as how parents might understand the situation and their own roles, as you have explained. The article suggests that teachers wish to be in control when it comes to academic and school-related matters. Most teachers who took part in the study, apart from one, were not so comfortable and perhaps not so confident about letting parents interfere with the domain of the school. Social class affected the way parents related to school, with non-migrant middle-class families using their economic and social capital to hold the teachers accountable. And teachers did not enjoy this kind of involvement. On the other hand, the migrant parents or those from working class families try to help their own children with making plans for the future, which teachers felt got in the way of students' autonomy. And we hear some student voices in the article, and these are very useful and significant. Can you explain or tell us a little bit more about how the migrant students experience this tension between teachers and their parents, and what we can learn from that? Now, thinking of us both as teacher educators. I'm thinking of, for example, students' identities.
Yes. Of course, as Bauman would have said, our identities are now formed in so many fields. We no longer belong to just our class identity. It's not often that we are aware of that. And for the students that I interviewed, they also had different places where their identity was formed. And I think, like I said, because they were in high school, they have learned how to manage those things. and they sort of knew what they should talk to the teachers, and they knew what they should talk to the parents, what would they say to the parents, what they say to the teachers, and they, at the same time, they knew where their life was going. I think going back to trust, they didn't trust adults so much, most of them. And I think that is quite a sad thing. They loved their parents, and they tried to protect them, many of them. But of course, the school was supporting them. The teachers were caring, but they were supporting them inside the Norwegian sort of system, I think.
But in terms of these high school students becoming parents and grown-ups leading staff groups, etc., do you think this will have consequences for them to live in this pulling situations where everybody are pulling them a bit? This is speculative, I know.
I know. We have now 3 generations, 4 generations.
Yeah.
And of course, we have studies and books, many novels from the 2nd and 3rd generation. And I'm hoping that there will be more books that are not very extreme, where the conflict was very raw, and those become novels. Mm-hmm. So I hope that this new generation, I think very many of them have learned how to manage this. They are adults now. I think many of them are successful in Norway, in different ways, not economically, maybe some economically, some become politicians. So those voices need to be heard, absolutely. But in my study, these were people whose parents have migrated.
Yes. Yeah, and you place yourself within the critical tradition that emphasizes the influences of class, ethnicity, and gender, which can create an imbalance of power in parents' encounters with school officials and staff. So may I ask you to reflect on these factors that are so important in critical studies, and even to speculate on which one was the most influential factor in your study, the class, the ethnicity, or the gender? Is it possible to rank them?
Okay, we talk about the students, not the parents.
As you like.
Is that okay? Because the parents were mostly mothers.
Yeah.
I can think of the gender as well. I'm thinking about this one student whose parents were obviously middle class. Mm-hmm. And the way the mother said that now she didn't have a job, even though she had a PhD, and the way she had these big hopes. But he's doing okay. He's a nice person, but not with very big plans. And I think here, obviously, maybe not ethnicity, but the migrant background has had most influence. I think for other families, it will be different. So I don't want to just categorize, but at the same time, this Tamil girl from Sri Lanka. She's not from Sri Lanka, the mother from Sri Lanka. That was interesting, because how do you think class? The mother and the father, also the mother didn't go to university, because the women are not expected to go to university. And she was working a working class job. But they had a grandfather who was living in Canada and who has been a clerk in Sri Lanka. So, And now the girl was doing well. That was not doctor, but pharmacy. But it's okay. It's not, and the mom said just, it's nice, maybe she should get a boyfriend. Who cares about doctor? So there, I think, the class one, it has also to do with the community. So when we know that the different ethnicities in Norway have different success in the Norwegian school. So that community was one in that situation. Gender. Now I'm generalizing. In Norway, the work market is very gendered, more so than in other countries. So that girls need more education in order to earn as much as boys. So boys can choose to be electricians, and it's fine. And the girls don't choose to be electricians, despite all the efforts for gender equality. So I think for the boys, now I'm generalizing again, the gender sort of wins. Because they are not pushed as much. They don't need to be pushed as much. This is a very speculative.
I know. But it's so interesting to hear how you speculate on it in relation to what you have written about the different capitals people possess. And in general, in your findings, you describe very clearly that capitals matter in so many ways, so many different ways.
So it's not so easy to sort of rank them.
No, exactly.
The field works in different ways for different people.
And I was thinking of it also in terms of labeling. I mean, how we as teacher educators, when we look at a group, we start labeling immediately, grouping them in all different ways. And how can we turn that around, for example, or see some new perspectives on how to group? That's one question. But now I want to say that the text in your second article really flows, and it's very enjoyable to read. So I will recommend it to my student teachers, and I recommend to you to read it if you haven't. It's very, very good. And in relation to Nordic research, jump to your findings and Nordic policy. You bring forth that there is a gap between the ideal homeschool relations when children are young and the ideal when they are teenagers or in high school, when the demands from homeschool relations, for homeschool relations change from being high to be very humble. And I was surprised to hear that it was so much up to each school in Norway. And I think it's an important notion to bring forth in discussion in Norway and other Nordic countries. So can you tell us a bit more about what you think is beneath in attitudes or values? What can explain that us grown-ups in Norway or the Nordic countries, both on school side and family side, value homeschool relations so highly when the kids are young, but devalue it when they are in high school? We don't prioritize it. We are very happy to not be related to school.
Yes, it was a bit puzzling, I must say. Here I can say that my experience from high school was different. I'm grown up in Russia. So in the thesis, I write this in the Gullestad perspective, where she says that there is this idea of individual, of an autonomous young person who decides things for themselves. It is a Western thing, but I think in Norway it is still very, very strong. At least the way I heard it from the teachers, I think emotionally, they understood that the parents are important. But in terms of curriculum, in terms of choice, they were sort of, keeping themselves distant. I think also, besides culture, it's very easy to explain everything with culture. There is also this feeling that the teachers feel the pressure that their autonomy is threatened. And as long as they feel that, they will not invite even more people into the school. And as long as they imagine homeschool cooperation as this either demanding something from the home or demanding something from the teacher instead of dialogue or cooperation, something trying to understand things together, that fear, that lack of trust will continue. And when it is also supported by some tendencies in culture, that is a very, stable construction.
Yeah, but if we think of that, very many people are aware of that parental involvement is supporting academic success. I think a lot of us know that, or at least from what teachers tell us when the kids are young, that it's important to support them because then they do well and feel well at school. So you, by what you said, are more like on the side that teachers are the gatekeepers, and parents don't mind to push.
So to answer this, I would need to interview middle-class parents. I was often thinking that I should have, in my next study, I would like to look at the entire classroom and see what the different parents think, and how these different things intersect. So I have asked colleagues if they feel that it is important to be involved at high school, and they have very different answers. Not dependent on class. No. But this is a very little selection to talk about.
But it brings me to the next item. I was very surprised to hear, and you mentioned it also before, that parents' organization or formal presenters from parents' side were not invited to be involved in the process of rearranging the high school system. That was a real surprise, because in what I have thought, Norway has this strong institute or formal institute of parents' organizations for being to represent parents. Do you have any explanation to this? You wrote something very optimistic, but that maybe they would be brought in at later stages?
Yes, I'm not sure, because the only thing I found is the organization wrote about this on the net, their website. So I need to talk to them and ask if they were invited afterwards. But I was also participated now in this webinar where there was a representative, and she also said that yes, they feel that they are not invited in the processes generally. Is there a feeling that this organization is just the parents who are not happy with the school? I'm not sure.
No. Or if the organization is losing status somewhere. In the last chapter, turn to the last chapter, your conclusions, you make a notion, the notion that you have, and I quote, "You have no intention to dispute the school system's goal of creating independent thinking and acting adults." Why did you find it necessary or important to state that you're not disputing this goal? Is it personal? I know.
No, why personal? No, not personal. I think the response very much from the schools. So when they think, why should we have more parental involvement?
Yeah.
And reading this, the studies from Denmark. So I wanted to say that I don't mean that also at high school we should have this app where the parents get pictures of their children so doing, I don't know, getting a girlfriend. That was not my point. And also, I think that autonomy, I think this is also partly related to the study by Wedler, because she has introduced this concept of autonomy support as parental involvement. And I was sort of responding to that because I like the way she argues that autonomy support doesn't mean cutting all connections, but it means that we teach them to be autonomous. So my thought was that autonomous does not mean that you don't have a family. Sort of. So maybe if personal, so maybe it's the Soviet system. I don't think the children should be taken from their parents into children's home.
No.
Even though then they would get the right values, sort of thing.
No, I understand. You support this emphasis on independency, but we have also had the discussion in educational studies and everywhere in society that young people tend to stay too long at home when you have to kick them out when they're 30 years old. So you are on the area in between.
Yes, maybe.
Yeah. Finally, I want to turn to implications for teacher education. In the CAPA, on page 72, and the summary of article number 2, it says in the chapter on implications, and I quote your last sentence, to develop more equitable parental involvement, the teachers and the teacher candidates are invited to explore parental roles other than what is now constructed by the field of high school education. And my first question regarding this is, I just wanted to elaborate on the meaning of this. Who is inviting or opening for changes in parental roles? And can a discussion amongst us professionals in teacher education about new parental roles, can it bring about changes?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah?
Like I said, I've just participated in a webinar where there were two rectors from 2 schools who participated, and the parental organization. And I hope there'll be more of that. So I hope that, like I said, I hope that this fear of middle-class parents invading the space would sort of bring on some discussion of what can we do in a positive way, so that this invasion has some positive results. Yes.
And you also mentioned the teacher candidates. Do you believe that teacher candidates can be like active agents of change?
Well, I talked to them.
Yeah.
I hope that we talk more to them, and we're discussing the curriculum and maybe having more on homeschool relations also in this part of the education system that educates teachers for high schools.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because that was not a very big part of the curriculum. I see that several universities are now trying to do VR projects, training the students to interact with parents. Mm-hmm. I'm afraid that they are still training them in the same old ways, so that we need to discuss what we train them in. If we train them to handle these difficult parents, then maybe we should think more creatively.
Yeah. Not just on the mechanical procedures, but on the value.
Mm.
Yeah. You touched upon a very soft spot, talking about this issue of homeschool relations. It's very often in teacher education very isolated and very small.
Yes, and also very emotional.
Mm.
So I think it is important to also train the emotions so that you don't just react.
Yeah.
I think doctors are taught this. I think we also need to teach the students to think and not just to react.
Mm. Yeah. Then I want to discuss. In your last chapter in the thesis, Policy and Practical Implications, where you say that teachers are already aware that it is problematic to use parents as a threat to students, and some other roles for parents are much more supporting. And I want to connect this to your first article in which your findings and discussion are brought together with a very clear message. And I quote your words, you say, "Change in practice is necessary if the schools are to benefit fully from our cultural diversity." It's a bold statement. So let's imagine that we have a common goal in Norway and other Nordic countries to benefit fully from a cultural diversity, not only in schools, but in our societies. So let's also imagine for a moment that I am the Minister of Education, and I meet you, a new doctor with a lot of knowledge. We meet briefly in a cafe, and I ask you for advice. What would you, Julia, put on top of a list of the things we have to do? How would your priority list be to embrace this cultural diversity?
My first priority would be to give teachers, contact teachers, more time and to demand that they really do engage with all parents. I will also ask and discuss if it were possible to emphasize parental involvement and homeschool cooperation more in the curriculum for teacher educators. I would also say that what happens at school is dependent on the society in general. So that it is not just the education minister who has the responsibility that the society is interested in cultural diversity. So that means that also the sort of discussions we have politically should not just be based on diversity, like I said, as a new phenomenon connected to migration, but that we embrace diversity in everyone, so that the children at school will not divide into us and them, but would see how are we all different and what are our own, for example, experiences of migration are. We have moved from here to there. Our grandparents have moved to the United States. So that is also an important part, both of curriculum and of discussion. To have this discussion, we need to support the humanities. That is.
Yeah, it's a very good advice, but as a politician, I always look for the catch. So if I buy this idea, I pay teachers better salaries, etc., and bring in a larger piece into teacher studies, etc. What would be the catch? Will the Norwegians be happier or more prosperous, or what are the gains?
Yes, the Norwegians will be happier. Because the Norwegians are not just the white middle-class Norwegians. That if we want to have a society where there is trust still, that the welfare state remains, then it is important that more Norwegians are happy, not just some group of Norwegians.
Thank you so much. I have no further comments, which was very, very enlightening to talk with you. Thank you.
Yes, we thank the candidate and the second opponent for their contributions. The defense of the dissertation will now end, and we do that with the traditional Latin words meaning the show's over. Acta est fabula. If I'm not mistaken, the candidate would like to say a few words.
Just very briefly, I'm not going to do a long speech. I would like to thank the chair for a very friendly way of conducting this disputation and all the good advice that I've got in the process. I would like to thank the committee for a very clear statement after I've submitted the thesis, with very good comments and questions, and also for the discussion today. And the new ideas and the things that I can follow up in the future. I would like to thank my supervisors for answering my emails and for giving me new ideas and coming up with books and articles and just holding me in the process. That was not always easy. And I would like to thank Inland Norway University of Applied Sciences and Lisa, you personally, for very, also this is advertising, excellent courses which helped me expand my understanding of the Norwegian system in terms of the educational system and the professionalism and many things. Thank you for that. And Volda, especially my new colleagues for coming in with words and asking how they can help, and all the different stories of how everybody has done their PhDs. And for giving me the time and for taking over a lot of the teaching that I should have done. And for just these years in Ledbygge. And thank you for all who were there. Yes, we meet again, and I can say much more to everyone. Thank you.
The members of the committee will now withdraw to evaluate the candidate's defense. And in about 15 minutes or so, they will come back to announce their decision. Afterwards, the protocol will be forwarded to the faculty for formal approval. On behalf of Inland Norway University of Applied Sciences and Volda University College, I now have the pleasure of inviting you all to a reception afterwards in the cafeteria. Please rise.